If 1 2 2 2 1 2 safe. Yeah. Yeah, hear me? Yeah, hear me, Antonio? Good. You are saying far from finished? What you saying? But hear me on the microphone now, speaking through the system. You don't hear any mic? Or it delayed? All right, cool. Let's see. Uh, I'm going to get a message from the future. Be safe. You hear? All right.
I say na 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 na, I say na 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 na, say na 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 na, I 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 say na na na, I say na 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 na. I never had it easy for the brands and the bling and the expensive thing on it. I never had the money, never had nice living. And mama say, oh, you could have it all. Just work hard for yours. I say, mama, you know I'll work hard for sure. Now Jaja bless me with the opportunity to fly country to country. Now I could drink champagne when I thirst. Now I could see only thing I never see. They say this how I you man so loud. But I thank me for the run the family. Now no bad mind boy they can stop me. On every show I smiling cause trust me, life is so lovely, boy. And I'm far from finished. And blessed me with the opportunity to fly country to country. Now I could drink champagne when I'm thirsty. Now I could see all the thing I never see. They say this how I eat man so lucky. But I thank you for the run if I'm there. Now no bad mind boy they can stop there. And every show I'm smiling cause trust me, love is so lovely boy. And I'm far from finished boy. And I can't believe it. And I can't see I'm far from finished boy. See I'm far the life that I live in. And I love this life when I sit down and I can't believe. I say na 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 na. I say na 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 na. Say na 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 na. I say na na na. I say na na na. Now every little thing that I have, man, I'm thankful for. And I don't chase material thing, cause I come from far. So every little thing that you have, be grateful for. And we don't chase material thing, material thing. No, 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 no. I'm far from finished. I'm so far, so far now. And I can't believe I'm far from finished. I'm so far, so far. I love this life, I love this life. I say na 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 na. 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 And I'm far from finished. I say na 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 na. I say na 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 na. Say na 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 na. I 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 say na na na. I say na 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 na. I never had it easy for the brands and the bling and the expensive thing on. I never had the money, never had nice living. And mama say, oh, you could have it all, just work hard for yours. I say, mama, you know I'll work hard for sure. Now Jaja bless me with the opportunity to fly country to country. Now I could drink champagne when I thirst. Now I could see only thing I never see. They say this how I eat man so lucky. But I thank me for the run the family. Now no bad mind boy they can stop play. And every show I smiling cause trust me, life is so lovely. Whoa. And I'm far from finished. Whoa. And I can't believe it. No. See I'm far from finished. Whoa. Love the life that I live in. Yeah. I say na 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 na. I say na 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 na. Say na 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 na. I say na 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 na. I say na na na. I say na 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 na. I say na na na. I say na 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 na. Forever thankful for doubters in the past and the people who laugh on. Forever grateful for all the times I've failed. And Papa say, oh son, you can't give up. What's for you is for you. I said, Papa, you know I will never stop, no. Now Jaja bless me with the opportunity to fly country to country. Now I could drink champagne when I'm thirsty. Now I could see all the thing I never see. They say this how I eat man so lucky. But I thank me for the run never me. No, no bad mind boy, they can stop me. And every show I smiling cause trust me. Love is so lovely, boy. And I'm far from finished, boy. And I can't believe it. And I can't, see I'm far from finished, boy. See I'm far, be like that I deserve. I love this life, when I sit down and I can't believe. I say na 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 na, I say na 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 na, say na 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 na, I say 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 na na na. Now every little thing that I have, man, I'm thankful for. And I don't chase material things 'cause I come from far. So every little thing that you have, be grateful for. And we don't chase material thing, material thing. No, 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 no. I'm far from finished, I'm so far, so far now. No, and I can't believe I'm far from finished, I'm so far, so far. That I deserve. I love this life, I love this life. I say na 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 na, I say na 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 na, say na 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 na, I 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 say na 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 na.
Greetings, blessings. My name is Voice, and I'm here to welcome each and every one of you to the Safe and Sound, the at-home concert series, right? Blessings to the music app, digital, with the vibes and voice.
Present. 3, 2. Two, 1, 2, 2. A pleasant good day, everyone. Can the driver of PCD 3249 and PCH 7359 please attend to your vehicle? 2358, sorry. Can you please attend to your vehicle urgently, please?
Testing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This morning's ceremony will begin shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We ask you to join us as we welcome the graduates. So if you would please stand as the graduates enter the auditorium. ask if I could have your attention as we have the safety briefing.
Welcome to the Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies, CLR James Auditorium. In order to ensure a safe and pleasurable experience, we ask that you listen attentively to the following safety announcement. We are pleased to offer you a smoke-free environment. Patrons are also reminded that eating and drinking are not allowed inside the auditorium. The use of flash photography or any other recording device is strictly prohibited. In an unlikely event of an emergency, we ask that you make your way in an orderly manner to the nearest exit. These are located to the front right of the stage and to the top of the stairs. We ask that you take the time now to identify these exits. Once through these exits, proceed to the nearest muster point, which are situated east of the building on the playing field, or to the front western end of the main building. Once at the muster point, please await further instructions from members of our crisis and emergency team. We thank you for your attention and patience, and do enjoy your stay at the college.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the singing of the national anthem.
Kindly remain standing as we pray. I would lead you now in the Credit Union prayer, which is the prayer of St. Francis of Assisi. Let's pray. Lord, make me an instrument of your peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. Where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. Amen. You may have your seat. Welcome to the 56th graduation ceremony of the Cipriani College of Labour and Cooperative Studies. Congratulations, class of 2022, you did it. I am Alana Flores, lecturer in the Department of Cooperative Studies.
And I am Javon Abraham, part-time lecturer in the Human Resources Department.
We will be your masters of ceremony for today's proceedings. We extend a heartfelt welcome to the Honorable Foster Cummings, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Dr. Andrew Vincent Henry, Director of Cipriani College and Labour and Cooperative Studies, Mr. Dennis Zulu, Director of ILO, Decent Work Team and the Office for the Caribbean, Mr. Curtis Floyd, Executive Director, Acting, Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Deborah Ann Scott, Acting Commissioner for Cooperative Development, Ms. Joanne David, Director of OJT Program, faculty, staff of Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, graduands, and other specially invited guests. We welcome you.
This year's graduation ceremony presents an additional warmth to our hearts, not only because we celebrate the achievements of 356 graduates from 6 faculties and 27 programs, but because we are able to celebrate together in person. In keeping with the theme of transcending boundaries, we must recognize those who were with us as part of the journey, but are no longer with us now. Nevertheless, we take this moment to honor their contribution, which gave us the will to persevere and emerge triumphant. Allow me to introduce this oratory presentation and video, entitled Remembrance and Rising, presented by Ms. Michelle Clavery, Head Continuing Studies.
Remembrance and Rising. Krishna, Michelle, Rishi, Ron, Cynthia, David, Gilbert, Kathleen, Kendrick, Venus. We remember even as the embers still smolder. Ash heaps of the mind, etching memories not soon forgotten, must not be forgotten, though desires trick us into error thinking. A catastrophe of sorts, calamity contained somewhat. The flames of funeral pyres, real and imagined, purged and purified, even as they whipped and planted images of indelible experiences. Catapulted to a place of dark, death, and destruction, a revisiting of sorts of history's plagues and awfulness. Grief aligned with a certain deadness of soul. We were upended, boundaries shifted, removed, replaced, erased by coronas pouring on the sands of sun-kissed beaches. Snoop, causing ripples round the world. Social distanced into solitude and small groups, finding comfort and discomfort, for there was a wrestling with the strange new tensions in communities of newly discovered communes, confinement, and curfew. A confinement that allowed for reflections that could enlarge views beyond the walls that hemmed. Reflections that gave voice to thoughts. It will be a long time before we can fully reckon with all that's happened and is happening. Begging, bribing, browbeating the offspring into homeschooling and online classes. Some even prayed to the broadband gods to keep signals strong. Isolation makes the memory of the last human contact more indelible. There was a grieving for the life and vigor of human connection beyond remoteness and lockdown. Now, there is a celebration of wins, most notably finding a vaccine when a pandemic hits. And so, we are at a place of shifted boundaries, remarked boundaries, boundaries that appear unbounded, but only so. Healing, compassion, and understanding must be part of the new landscape to be remarked, reset. So too, mindfulness that can remove rituals that lead to meaninglessness. We are at a place where new relationships are being forged, must be forged, based on trust and renewed hope. Relationships of courage, not the absence of fear, but more the mastery of it. We are at a place where we hear a powerful Caribbean voice in tone. We have the capacity to choose differently. We have the capacity to deliver. And so, we rise, like the proverbial phoenix from the ash heaps of an imagined death, always remembering those stolen from us who are not here today, for death hath no dominion over us. We can make a definable difference. We have before us, among us, choices. We can choose to learn the lessons from our most recent past, remembering and rising. This is how new boundaries will be approached. And with faith in God and in each other, transcend boundaries we will. Thank you.
Good morning again. A very moving and sober presentation by Mrs. Clavery. Thank you so much. I want to encourage you to celebrate today, not just for yourselves and your achievement, but for those who aren't to be able to be here to celebrate with us. Okay? At this time, I would like to welcome our very own director to give his address, Dr. Andre Vincent Henry. Welcome to the podium.
No, don't need it. I don't need it. Amen. It's good to be here. The Honorable Foster Cummins, Minister of Youth Development, National Service, may I bid you a very special welcome home and tell you how pleased we are to have you here, distinguished alumnus. Mr. Dennis Zulu, Director, ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean, who has become a trusted partner as we chart our future. Welcome. Mr. Sheldon Celino, Deputy Director, Academic Affairs, Deans, members of academic staff, other members of staff. Our dear friend, Shanmati Singh Ningsang, Director of Research and Planning of the Ministry of Labor, representing our line minister and our PS, and members of her staff. Former members of our Board of Governors, Ms. Shema Joseph, representing the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, family, friends, ladies and gentlemen, and most importantly, class of 2022, whom we celebrate with joy and admiration this morning. Welcome. I want to start this address by inviting, if they're here, Nicholas Charles, Monifa Kojo, and Shania John, and Nichelle Rodolfo to join me on the stage. I want to present to them a small token of appreciation from the college. Don't be shy, guys. Come on down. Nichelle, I see you first. A small token of appreciation from the college on their excellent performance at the recently held Trinidad and Tobago Security Exchange Commission's 25th anniversary National Tertiary Level Quiz Competition. Our team placed second after the Arthur Lockjack Business School. Minister. I take it Shania and the others are not here? Okay. I wanted to bookend the front of my address with this presentation because 5 years ago, as I stood in this spot in my first graduation exercise as director, I was appalled to hear the chairman at the time refer to this institution in his graduation address as a school of last resort. And he was an alumnus of the college. I knew then, and I have an even greater conviction now, that whatever our challenges are, we can hold our own against the best. We were second in the SEC quiz to a graduate business school. We came out ahead of UE, UTT, and the Hugh Wooden Law School. No offense, Samuel. My colleagues are probably tired by now of me talking about results-based management, but results speak for themselves. So this morning, if there is a theme to my address, it is celebration. I want to celebrate my colleagues who, in the face of challenges at many levels, have not only stepped up and met those challenges, but have in many respects excelled. We pivoted within 2 weeks to seamlessly transition to online teaching back in March 2020, and it is my expectation that we will charge a dynamic trajectory toward competency-based learning in an open learning community. 5 years ago, we were engaged in the process of evaluation for continuing institutional accreditation. That was undertaken not without some measure of trepidation, given our circumstances at the time. But times have changed. And we were gratified that by the time we got to the midterm evaluation for the present accreditation period, the ACTT bestowed onto us what we took as an excellent report. In this regard, I want to acknowledge the leadership of my friend, the Deputy Director, Academic Affairs, Mr. Sheldon Celino. Sheldon is a quiet visionary who consistently demonstrates a strong allegiance to the mission and vision of CCLCS. Under his leadership, and with the partner of a group of 7 excellent and dedicated deans, There has been the most impressive turnaround in our curriculum development, which is the foundation of who we are as an institute of higher learning. In this regard, the collaboration between our academic services and our quality assurance processes may be described as an example. And I always have to try to find her because she's so small. L'Oreal Merez and her small team shoulder a big burden, but impressively manage their regulatory and facilitative functions with a finesse unmatched. For an academic institution, the rubber hits the road in the classroom. So let me salute again our deans and give you an example of what is possible. Under the astute leadership of the program dean for occupational safety, health, and the environment, Mr. Barry Parshram, we've been able to have our programs in OSH mapped and accredited to the Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, IOSH. It means that any graduate, for those of you who did OSH, any graduate in our certificate, diploma, associate's, or baccalaureate program in OSH has an internationally recognized certification based on the premier organization in the field. I would be remiss if I did not celebrate our teaching staff who are in the trenches. Our full-time and our adjunct faculty continue to provide our students with balanced teaching and learning opportunities. But while teaching is the core of our business and mission, teaching cannot take place in a vacuum. And we must celebrate our support service providers. And in particular, I want to salute the admissions and the examinations department and the finance department. Admissions and exams have undergone some radical process changes in the last 3 years as a result of the abrupt conversion from a face-to-face teaching institution. And they have been unflinching in their determination to ensure that the spine of the service holds. On the other side of the wall, our finance department continues to amaze me with the magic that they perform in managing scarce resources in a responsible way. Sometimes I feel very guilty when we have to make demands on Marlon Caesar and his crew, and maybe that is what accounts for his premature graying. I also want to take the time to express our thanks and celebrate our partners. This is a new thing for us here at the college. We had grown accustomed to a healthy government subvention, but times have changed. And while the lion's share of our revenue continues to come from our subvention, we have had to, as my late mother would have said, get up and get. I think it is fitting that the distinguished director of the ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean graciously agreed to deliver our commencement address. You may not be aware, but this institution was conceptualized and established with the collaboration and support of the ILO, and the team at the office in Port of Spain has been exceptional in its continued support, as exemplified by the close collaborative relationship we have with the Workers' Activity Specialist and under the leadership of Mr. Dennis Zulu, with his generosity of spirit and his insight into the issues of the world of work. In the last few years, we have made a determined effort to extend our partnerships, and we are gratified by the support that we have received from old and new partners who have either generously provided us with grants or have expressed their confidence in us and entrusted us to do work for them. I believe we have turned a major corner at the college, and we are poised for sustainable growth, even in an environment that we expect to become more challenging. We will remain at the core a teaching and learning institution, but we do not believe that is enough. We have recognized how much the world has changed over the last 56 years when the college was established as a vocational school for trade unionists. I have challenged my colleagues especially those in academic services, that we need to ground our teaching and research in the ideals of social justice, and that we must leverage our connection with workers, a connection that is quite unique in the Caribbean region, to bring special insights into regional workplace and workscape. We are going to be doing this by increasing our concentration in the following areas. We are pivoting within the next 2 to 3 years to overhaul our curriculum to one that is geared toward competency-based training and assessment. We are determined that our students, when they leave us, will have a short and flat learning curve in the world of work. Our students come to us from the world of work, and our value proposition must be anchored in that reality. We are resolved to the creation of an open community of learning in which we intend to meet our learners at their place of need. To that end, we will provide opportunities for structured capacity-based qualifications, as well as pathways for self-directed open access knowledge products that contribute to self-development and national development. We have recognized the need for more evidence-based policy and decision-making on matters related to the Caribbean workspace. All too often, we must lament the paucity of robust data to guide informed teaching and policy making. Accordingly, we will be ramping up our research efforts. I am pleased to announce that we have commitments from the ILO and are in discussions with a significant regional institution to support a major piece of primary research, regional research that will be investigating the disruption on Caribbean workers, in particular, and Caribbean societies in general. We expect to be in the field by the middle of January. In the last evaluation from the ACTT, the inadequacy of our publication output was noted. I am grateful to Dr. Marlon Anatol, who has accepted the challenge to bring his exceptional talent to the college in this area. Under his guidance, we have launched a peer-reviewed journal, the Social Justice Forum. We have in print 2 books, and a third has gone to press just this week, all internationally reviewed and published internationally. And Marlon, hard taskmaster as he is now formulating 2 more volumes to be released in 2023. I now wish to turn my attention to our graduates. It has been our signal honor to have received your trust to provide you with a tertiary education. My colleagues and I do not take it lightly. For most, if not all of us, it is more than just a job. It is a calling. The world of work continues to change, and in changing, we are increasingly seeing the imbalances in the international system in which working people become more disadvantaged and vulnerable. The Ford Foundation has noted that, quote, over the last 100 years, societies around the globe have generated more wealth than in any other century in history. Yet they have produced more bloodshed and greater inequities than the world has ever known. In 2017, the International Trade Union Confederation Global Poll of Workers found concrete evidence of what Joseph Stiglitz and others referred to as the discontents of globalization. They found that globalization is failing people. There is global anxiety about jobs and wages. There is a global crisis, jobs crisis, and there is wage despair. As you leave us and you continue to make your way through this world of work, I encourage you to never stop learning. Never stop asking questions. Never settle. Keep striving and keep growing. It is my sincere hope that in some way we have contributed to enabling you to confront and even to thrive in this environment. As you leave us, I trust you will remember us fondly, and as part of the Cipriani family, you will continue to draw on our resources and services. We wish you well, and we wish you Godspeed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry, for your stewardship, for your leadership, and for your inspiration as a member of faculty and on behalf of the graduates. And thank you for your address. I now have the distinct pleasure of introducing the next speaker. But just to give some context as I stand here, this is actually the third graduation that I'm attending. I had the pleasure of attending a University of the West Indies graduation where I myself actually had on robes. And believe it or not, as I look in the audience, the supervisor of my project is also robed, which tells you what great faculty you have here, for I would not have graduated elsewhere, but for faculty that is now amongst you. So this institution is indeed a giant among giants. And I want you to be very, very clear about that as graduates and as family members who supported graduates today. I have not had the pleasure of viewing the speech of the next person whom I'm to present. However, what I would say is that his portfolio is the Minister of Youth Development and National Service. And I'm sure that whatever he says will inspire you to understand that him being here is his recognition of the importance of you as you go out into the society and you play a role in the development of Trinidad and Tobago. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce a friend and colleague actually, but most importantly, your speaker this morning. He is the Honorable Foster Cummings, Member of Parliament for La Horquetta Talparo and Minister of Youth Development and National Service.
Thank you very much, Jovan. And I must, of course, say a very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Dennis Zulu, who I had the pleasure of chatting with earlier on, Director of the ILO Decent Work Team Office for the Caribbean. Dr. Andre Vincent Henry, Director of Cipriani Labor College, and one who has been very supportive of our work at the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. Ms. Deborah Ann Scott, Commissioner for Cooperative Development. Mr. Curtis Floyd, Executive Director of the Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Joanne David, Director of the On-the-Job Training Programs. Specially invited guests, graduates, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It was some 30 years ago, in a few months from now, it'll be 30 years ago, that I graduated from this college. I see you're trying to guess my age. But I must say what a rewarding experience it was. As a matter of fact, I credit Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperatives for shaping my life and charting the direction in which it took. It was an English teacher of mine back in the early 1990s, after I completed my O-levels, that was in discussion with me about what I planned to do. And not being the brightest bulb in the school, the competition for A-levels were very limited A-level spaces. So all those bright bulbs like you look like a bright fellow, they were the ones who got the A-level spaces, and those of us who were trying to compete with them, of course, we didn't get any space in the A-level class. So she took an interest in me and she said, you know, you're a fairly bright guy. I think she was just trying to make me feel good. And what are you going to do now? And I had not a clue about what I was going to do. And she sought to advise me on how I should proceed. I'd never heard about Cipriani College before, and she introduced me to Cipriani College, and I was quite happy to sign up. My parents were all very excited about it. They had no idea what Cipriani College was, but the word college, of course, was all that I needed to hear. And I got the fullest support of my parents because, of course, I was leaving to go to college. And I did cooperative studies. And as I said, a very rewarding experience. I met a lot of friends who I still have, who I'm still friends with today. Many of them very older than I was at the time. And it's always good to have some older friends. They can share some experiences with you so you don't have to put your hand in the fire yourself. And following graduation, I'm talking to myself, what am I going to do now? What do you do if you have an associate in cooperative studies? I mean, do you go and open a credit union? What do you do? And of course, in those days, the best thing to do was to find a public service job. That's what everybody wanted to do. And of course, I went down to service commissions. They usually would have posted up what their vacancies were, et cetera, and you're there studying on a board which of these range X, Y, Z that you can apply for. And I applied to be a cooperative officer. But I was always young and very excited and wanted things to happen now. So I'm waiting a couple of weeks and nobody is reaching out to me from the Service Commission Department. They're wasting my time. So I head back up. I think they were on St. Vincent Street. I can't remember, but it was in Port of Spain. And I head back up and there was a particular officer who manned that desk. And I said, well, you know, I applied a couple of weeks ago to be a cooperative officer. I haven't heard from you and I just want to find out, you know, what is happening. She said, sir, you know, she didn't say sir, she's a young man or something like that. Well, you know, we had a lot of people applied a long time before you, and you have to wait. We got year number whatever now, and you'll have a little wait. I couldn't understand that. I was ready to start right away. So I went back home and, of course, went back in a couple months to the very officer, and I said, you know, I was here a couple months ago, and I applied to be a cooperative officer. She said, didn't I talk to you? I said, yes, ma'am, I know, but you know, I just said I was in Port of Spain and I said I would check. That was a lie. I left home to go and check. And on the third time I went back, you could see that she wasn't very happy. She's looking at me in a kind of way, but you know, I said, just in case. Of course, I used the same excuse that I was in Port of Spain doing some other things. That was the second lie. And lo and behold, somebody got pregnant in the department and had to go on maternity leave. And I remember the lady's name even now. I don't want to share it with you because you may know who the person is. It starts with E, by the way. So she called me up and she said, well, you know, there is this opportunity for a 3-month as a cooperative officer. Will you be interested? I said, of course. And there I went, and that was my entry into the cooperative division. The commissioner who's here now was around at the time when I entered that division. And I'm telling you all of this to share my experience with you because I don't really like reading too much speeches and so on. And I started and I completed my 3 months, and the people at the division, they sort of liked me a bit. So when I was about to finish my 3 months, instead of them saying, okay, goodbye, you have a nice life and so forth, we enjoyed you while you were here, one of them took vacation to coincide with the last day that I was supposed to be there, so that I got an additional month, I think it was. And then they just got in the habit of doing that. So if I'm not mistaken, Deborah Scott might be guilty of that as well. So there's about 4 of them, and they monitored whenever my 1 month or 2 month was going to be up, and they would take vacation for some arbitrary reason. And I ended up being there for about a year or so, and I'd never left. And eventually, I was confirmed in that position, and I became a cooperative officer. So I just gave him, that's how it happened. It was not because I was the brightest bulb. It was not because I waited my time like all the other persons. Somebody got pregnant that had to go on maternity leave. And thank God for that child. I must go and look for that child sometime. I never even asked if it was a boy or girl. That is not. So I'm supposed to say to you today that I'm pleased to be here, but I'm pleased to be here. And that all of you who look so very beautiful in your robes and you spent your time studying, we went through COVID, and I the rector mentioned it, it must have been a very difficult experience. Something touched me when I looked at that video earlier on and saw how many persons you lost in terms of members of the faculty and students. It was a difficult thing for us to experience as a people, that we had to lose so many of our loved ones who, no fault of their own, a pandemic was upon us, and of course they were not as fortunate as we are here today, still living and breathing and graduating and trying to chart a future for yourself. We must thank God for his intervention and for the work of those who caused us to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, at Cipriani College, I received knowledge, training, mentorship, guidance, and it is because of my experience here that I paid particular attention to the cooperative sector. It has been very close to me since then, and I've spent a lot of time working with credit unions and cooperatives, which I love dearly. I do most of my business with credit unions still. And I never thought while I was here that I would be the minister responsible for credit unions and cooperatives one day. That never entered my mind. But it just goes to show that if you apply yourself, notwithstanding the brighter bulbs in the room, I suspect those who are in the front row are the ones who fall in that category, There were 3 students in my class. I remember them very, very, very well. One was Teresa, the other one was Karen, and the other one was Sheldon. And I don't know what was wrong with them. I wanted to place first, and these 3 would not give me the chance in life. It was Teresa and Karen who was always fighting for first and second place. Sheldon would place third, and I have to settle for fourth. I just was not happy with that. Well, on one occasion, Sheldon got sick and couldn't do all his... So you know what happened? I was third, right? So I was very happy to run home, and with my report book, you got those little report books at the time. Your parents had to sign, and to run home to say, I was third. I left out the part about Sheldon getting sick. I didn't think that my mother needed to have all of that information, because I just was very happy that I placed third. And I was saying that of my love for the cooperative movement, because as you study at Cipriani, those of you who do labor, those of you who do cooperatives, I know that the learnings of the areas have expanded. You're now doing health and safety and security and other areas. But as you prepare yourself, we have a saying at the Ministry of Youth Development and National Service that we are training persons to become job creators as opposed to job seekers. So we are not saying to you, go out there and apply for a job. Don't do like me and go and harass the Service Commission Department. You might want to look at the opportunity of getting yourself involved in business and creating young enterprises so that you can take part in this economy and create jobs for those who are satisfied with being job seekers. And if you are in a particular job at this point in time and you really want to excel, you want to improve your circumstances and, of course, be promoted to higher office, because, of course, as a public servant, that is our dream. I was always looking forward to be promoted. And I could also give you a little story about that, because when I started off as a public servant and, of course, had a little passion for business, and I got involved in business. And when I found that I was making enough money, I decided, this was not doing well for me, so I needed to resign and go on. But I always wanted to be promoted. And do you know that I submitted my resignation in August? I don't know if the people at the DPA's office were asleep, and they accepted my resignation. And by October, I got a letter that I was promoted. And I said, but what is really wrong with them? 3 months, so I got a promotion after my resignation. I wrote them back and I said, will you take me back? I'm still waiting on a response from them. At the ministry and as a government, we have determined that we will do all that we can to expand and to improve on the regulatory function in relation to cooperatives and credit unions. And the government has appointed, or did appoint, a cabinet subcommittee which reported on what are some of the things that need to be done. Following that, and this is now under my tenure, we have appointed an implementation committee, and that implementation committee, headed by Mr. Joel Edwards, is doing a lot of work to make sure that we introduce an independent regulatory body, that credit unions can provide some of the services that your traditional banks would provide. And we are very excited about that because new legislation is on the cards. You're going to be receiving, in not too distant future, some new legislation. Of course, my little bias to cooperatives is what caused me to just put that paragraph in. But in the labor movement, of course, I am sure, within this audience, would be some future labor leaders. Anybody here did labor studies? So some of them might already be in unions. Let me see. Okay. I'm not making them out with their robes and hats and so forth. But prepare yourself. This is an institution that you have to be proud of. Every time I pass on that highway, I take a look across at Cipriani and how it has expanded. When I was here, it was a little building, I think east of this fanciful complex. And we were quite happy with that, but I'm very pleased to see how things have developed 30 years later on. I was telling a member of my staff that when I graduated from here, she was not born as yet. I will not tell you which one of them, but it's one of them right there. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to commend the staff at Cipriani College. I want to say to them, you have done very, very well, particularly in the midst of this pandemic, when you had to very quickly adjust from face-to-face interaction to online learning, and you seem to have done very well. Please give them a very lusty round of applause. And to the students who stuck by their program and are now here to receive your certificates and to graduate and to impress those, your peers and your co-workers and so forth, as you chart a new direction in life, just continue reaching for the stars, because your dream is your motivation. Don't let anyone hold you back from that. Do the best you can be. I was here, as I told you, being beaten up, not physically, by the bright bulbs in front of the class, and today I am your minister in service in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. I did use up all of my time telling you all my stories, so I was not able to read this, but I thank you for the courtesy of your attention. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. I did enjoy your stories. I think it's so inspiring that he has, ascribed this college to shaping a lot of his life. And we see the evidence of that in terms of what he's now responsible for cooperatives, which is what he's studied. So don't take lightly what you've achieved today. Don't take it lightly at all. Make sure, as the minister mentioned that you are innovative. He encouraged us to be job creators. But even if you're in a job, be innovative and creative and make a difference there. So thank you once again, Minister. We now have our commencement address by Mr. Dennis Zulu. He is the director of the ILO Caribbean office. Mr. Dennis Zulu, a Zambian national, was appointed as the director of ILO Decent Work Team and Office for the Caribbean in September of 2020. Prior to his current assignment, Mr. Zulu worked as director for the ILO Country Office, Abuja, with responsibility for Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and representative to the Economic Community of West African States. Mr. Zulu has extensively experience and knowledge of key issues related to the world of work. In his previous position as director of ILO Abuja, he led development projects and ILO activities on employment creation, entrepreneurship development, social protection, and social dialogue. Before joining the ILO in 2003, Mr. Zulu worked in academia and the private sector in his home country. In the ILO, he has worked in various positions, including Program Officer in the ILO Office of Zambia, ILO Coordinator for the UN Pilot, Delivering as One programs in Mozambique, and the UN Advisor on Youth Employment and Empowerment to the Liberian government. Mr. Zulu holds a degree in Economics and Public Administration from the University of Zambia, a postgraduate diploma from Stellenbosch University, South Africa, and a master's degree in Business Administration, Corporate Finance and Strategic Planning from Mozambique University, Tanzania. I would like you to welcome Mr. Zulu as he does our commencement address.
Thank you. Good morning. We can do better than that, no? Good morning. Good morning. That's better. When I was sitting there, I was wondering, I said many years ago when I was graduating, it was basically the day that we felt free to do whatever we wanted to, be naughty and do all sorts of things. And I was sitting in and I was seeing faces, no smiles. And I was saying the first thing I'm going to do is try and make people smile and celebrate this day of graduation, because this is your day. But I don't have to worry about that now, because I think the Minister did an excellent job in getting us all involved and talking and really sharing his experiences. And in doing that, got us all thinking and smiling and laughing and clapping. So, Minister, thank you so much for at least taking that responsibility away from me. So, Minister Cummings, who is the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Director Andre Vincent Henry. He always tells me to call him Andre, but I work for a very formal organization, so it's a bit difficult to call him by his first name, but I'll say Andre today. Members of the faculty, the deans, senior government officials present here, graduates, soon to be, families of graduates, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am very pleased and deeply honored to have been accorded this opportunity to come and speak to you this morning, because it's not very often that I speak to universities given my job. And as announced, I work for a specialized agency of the United Nations, which is the International Labour Organization, which basically deals with the world of work. And I'm particularly delighted that I've been accorded this opportunity to speak at this event, because we have, as Dr. Henry stated, very long ties going back many years. So it's indeed a pleasure for me to be here, and I want to thank you, Dr. Henry, because me too, just like the Minister, my journey in my professional life started at a training institution where I got my first job after having graduated from university. I got a job as as an assistant lecturer, which was a very daunting task, especially when I never stood in front of people and spoken to people. So I understand what it's all about, and I guess
it's now my honor and privilege to thank you all for a tremendous job that you're doing as faculty, because it's not an easy thing, isn't it? I mean, are you easy students, or were you easy students? Some were, some were not, I bet. But also, I think one of the reasons I decided, or I agreed to come, is because I think that listening to Dr. Henry and the plans that they have for this institution, I was very excited about what you were saying. Because I think for people like ourselves who work for the ILO, and the ILO is the International Labour Organization, as I stated, work and labor issues are our day-to-day sort of preoccupation. And we do realize and appreciate the fact that the workplace is a very difficult place that we deal with, because we deal with employers, the private sector, public sector, we deal with labor through their trade unions, and we deal with governments, usually through the ministries of labor. So those are what we call our tripartite partners, and these really govern and the main stakeholders in the workplace. So I was very excited to come here, because I think we, as the ILO, would like to be part of this journey that Cipriani College is taking, to ensure that it produces the sort of graduates that it can be proud of, the sort of graduates that will make a difference in the workplace. And I was particularly delighted when Minister said that really we should be training job creators and not job seekers. Because for those of us, again, who work in the labor market, know very well that one of the biggest challenges that new graduates face, especially those not in employment, is getting a job. But it's not just about getting a job, it's getting a job that you want, the job that you've desired to get. Because many of you would have started on a journey wanting to be one thing, but you end up being something else. Largely because of circumstances, perhaps, but maybe because the labor market does not have the job that you desired. So we want to be part of this journey, Dr. Andre, to ensure that we contribute to the success of Trinidad and Tobago by producing graduates that will make a difference in the labor market. And I've no doubt, looking at you, that I think you are the sort of graduates that Trinidad and Tobago needs. So a big hand to yourselves. So just like the minister had, I also have a speech to read, but I'll sort of be diverting away once in a while. But I have to go through the motions, you know. So you graduate at a time when the world faces numerous and multiple overlapping crises. I think we all know that there's a war going on in the Ukraine, and because of this war, we have felt the impacts of the war, which we see every day. Increasing prices of goods and services, increasing prices of oil, which is the biggest input to economic activity. But as a result of this, we are seeing also job losses. We're seeing rising inequalities, and we're seeing a total disruption of the world economy as we know it. And indeed, Trinidad is no exception. I have been in this country now, I think, for about 11 months, and I've actually noticed that indeed, prices of goods and services have gone up, and also prices of oil has gone up. And in today's world, we cannot divorce ourselves, we cannot exclude ourselves from the global economy. So we might be very far from the Ukraine, but the economy, the global economy impacts us. And therefore, it's very visible that we also suffering the effects of the disruption to the world economy. Indeed, during the COVID pandemic, we saw a closure of many training institutions, and I'm again sitting here saying, wow, what a good job the Cipriani College did, because it was not easy to adjust and reorient and recreate yourselves as a training institution to provide the sort of mechanisms and technology needed to continue training at the level and at the standard that is required, not by the training institutions, but by the labor market. And I'm also very glad to hear in Dr. Andre's speech that the college here is producing very highly qualified graduates, but also graduates who meet very high standards, given the fact that you're now highly accredited and you're recognized as a training institution globally. So that's something we need to be proud of. Skills and lifelong learning are really essential to enhance all workers' capabilities, to participate fully in what we call decent work, to contribute to inclusive development and active citizenship, as well as to strengthen democracy and promote social justice. This is really the case today when the world is rapidly changing for a number of reasons. Jobs are being disrupted. Some categories of jobs will disappear. You know, many years ago, we used to have what we call the telephone operator. You remember that? Do we see telephone operators now? No. All right? I can cite many examples of sort of jobs that have just sort of gone away and jobs that will go away soon. And therefore, we need to be cognizant of that. However, new jobs will be created, and that's something we need to be grateful for. Skills and lifelong learning, therefore, needs to be designed with the participation of yourselves as students, the private sector, and indeed government, so that the graduates who leave training institutions are well equipped to work from day one. And again, I note from Dr. Andre's speech that they're looking at revising the curriculum to make it possible that the learning curve is as short as possible. Because I can tell you, you might have heard in the presentation of my bio that I was responsible for the International Labour Office for Nigeria, which, for those who don't know, has 220 million people. Okay? So when we talk about Trinidad, you can put that into context. How many people graduate every day, how many people look for jobs every day. But the biggest challenge we had there was the fact that indeed people were going to training institutions, getting their degrees, they're getting their diplomas, getting their PhDs, getting their certificates, but then they were not getting the jobs. But the surprising thing is that the private sector was looking for people to employ. So there was a mismatch there, all right? Training was being done, people were graduating, but staying at home because there was no job. The jobs were there in the private sector, but the private sector was saying, no, these are not the sort of people we want, okay? So then the challenge was, how do we improve that? How do we improve that the sort of skills that have been coming out of training institutions are aligned to the demand, to the labor demand? And this is what we need to do, and I'm glad that Cipriani is already doing that or is thinking about doing that, because we cannot allow a situation where graduates stay away from work for long periods of time because they do not have the skills, because it's not just about getting the skills, it's about also getting the soft skills and many other things that you need to get a job. So I spoke to one of the biggest multinationals in Nigeria one day, and he said, look, my company now has become a training institution. It become an energy provider because unlike here in Nigeria, they have electricity sometimes up to 8 hours a day. The rest of the time there's no electricity, so you have to generate your own power and so forth. So we're losing our sight from our core business, which is it was a mobile company, telephony services. The graduates we get from training institutions, we have to train them for about a year for them to be able to understand or to use the technology that we're using. Because the training institutions were still not using the state-of-the-art equipment that is used in industry. So the challenge is, how do we ensure that the training institutions, Cipriani and others, are training students who can tomorrow start working? You don't want the private sector to spend time and money retraining you. Because what that does is basically take away the focus from productivity to training. So indeed, skills and learning systems should be designed with the participation of all the stakeholders involved. And I believe Cipriani College is well placed to develop and deliver relevant programs in consultations with the trade unions, who this college works very closely with the private sector and government. In May 2020, the ILO organized a technical meeting on the future of work in education, in the education sector, in the context of lifelong learning, skills, and decent work. And some of the conclusions adopted by the meeting were that the government and private sector should develop education and skills development policies that were responsive to societal and labor market needs and to ensure decent work in the education sector, including to education technology. I've worked all over the world, and I can tell you there's some places in the world where students go to training institutions, never seen a computer because the lecturer draws the computer on the board, all right? Then they go out to the workplace. What do they encounter? They see a computer, right? And now, if you're one of those who's never seen you've seen it drawn on the board, but you've never handled one, what's your impression? What's your first day impression? I guess if I were that person, I'd be totally stressed. Okay, totally stressed. And perhaps I would not last long in that organization because then I would not be able to meet the sort of requirements that they need. So in education these days, it's not just about getting the knowledge, but it's also about the practice. How do you put this into practice? How do you implement this? You've all done excellent work in getting your different diplomas, your certificates, but the challenge then is how do you translate this into the workplace? All right? Very different from getting a diploma and a certificate. Because one of the things, and those of you who work will realize this, because one of the things that I realized many years ago is whenever you leave university and you're very excited about getting a job, then they say 5 years experience. You've never worked anywhere. So you say to yourself, where do they expect me to get this experience? All right? And then I say, that's in fair conditions. But when I started work, I did realize that actually you need experience because all the book knowledge that I had was not really the same as in the workplace, all right? It's different, and that's where you need the experience. No one will ask you in the workplace to define what cooperatives are. For those of you who are graduating with cooperatives diplomas, they'll expect you to apply the knowledge that you have about cooperatives into practice. That's where the experience part comes in. Okay? And I can tell you that in a very competitive labor market globally at the moment, you also have to be competitive. Okay? So one of the things that I encourage people to do, it's very difficult, others don't want to do it, but I say one of the things you need to do, especially if you're new in the career, is if you can't get a job, volunteer. Go to the minister. Right? Minister, I've got a degree, I've got a diploma in human resources, I can't get a job, but I'm willing to come to your office every day and help out. Right? Okay? I'm sure the minister will say, yes, do come. So after this meeting, those who want, quickly go to the minister. Because what that does is it deals with this problem I was talking about earlier on of lack of experience. Because when you do your 1 year or 2 months or 3 months with minister, when you put down your CV, what are you going to do? Senior consultant to the minister, Minister Cummings. All right? You put that in your CV. That's true, right? All right? So as an employer, I'm saying, oh gosh, this person has some very, very good experience, worked with the minister, acquired the relevant experience, and therefore has got the experience that we need. After you do that, you go to Dr. Andre. Come back to the college. I used to talk to Dr. Andre and say, look, I know the lecturers are very good, but I think I can do what they were doing, but maybe not in class, but maybe I could help out somehow. So what I'm basically saying in short is that all this adds up to something, and you can then use this for purposes of being much more marketable, because the labor market out there is competitive. It's really competitive. All right, so those are some of the things you need to think out of the box, as they say, but not in another box. You need to be creative. Look at yourself as this individual in a very competitive market. Okay? I hope I'm posing things you can think about. It's well and good for those who are in employment already, but those who are not in employment, this is where you think, this is where you take the minister's advice in practice by thinking about opportunities for creating jobs. So another thing that we do is also support or ensure that we support training institutions such as these in entrepreneurship development. Because, like Minister said, the only way you can find yourself on the market or be competitive is if you can't get a job, then you can create jobs. Start your business. Start selling doubles at the corner. That will grow, and you'll need another person to establish another one of you can open up a franchise. Start opening up those, because ultimately, and I see this across the world where I've worked, government is not an employer, Minister, isn't it? The private sector is the employer. But we've seen across the world that governments are relied upon to employ. Okay? And in situations where the economies are not doing well, governments are the first to cut back on jobs. So what we need to be doing is promoting job creation, supporting enterprise creation, supporting young people to create businesses so that they too can employ people. But we see a sort of distortion in the labor market with governments being the largest employers, when in actual fact, governments should be employing, they should have a certain number of people, but not to the extent that they do have in many countries across the world. So we need therefore to be looking at this differently. Now let me also talk about, in terms of positioning, how do you position yourself? And one thing I wanted to speak about this morning is what we see every day. I told Minister Cummings this morning, I said, I've never been to a country where it rains almost every day. All right, this is very new for me. But we know what is causing that, don't we? It's climate change. Okay, it's climate change. So we're getting extraordinary rains because globally the environment has been affected by our production processes and so forth. So what does that mean for you as a person who's seeking a livelihood in terms of jobs? How do you position yourself? How does Cipriani position itself to be able to produce the sort of graduates who find jobs? And because we're moving towards climate adaptation and the reduction of and ensuring sustainable environments, some jobs will go away. Okay? At the moment in the United Nations, we're fighting a battle, and I'll call it a battle, with many new countries, especially those who have recently discovered what are called fossil fuels, which is oil and gas, which Trinidad is also a large producer of. But we are saying to those new countries that are finding oil and gas, please think about it seriously. Because, as you know, fossil fuels are the largest contributors to pollution globally. So we are saying, if we do not do anything about what's happening to our climate or our environment these days, then it's going to get worse. So why can we not think about what we call greening training? We green training, we start producing graduates who can work in other occupations that have a role to play in making the climate or the world a much more sustainable place to live in. So if you're thinking towards career choices, you'll be looking at opportunities for what we call green jobs. Green jobs are those jobs that are sort of will contribute to environmental sustainability. So those are the sort of things you need to think about going forward. Okay? But let me also just quickly say, and I know when I was graduating myself, people said, oh, too many speeches, I want to graduate and get my certificate and leave. And I'll not hold you for long. But just what I want to say is this. Like Dr. Henry said, learning never stops. It's all about lifelong learning now. This is not an end by itself. Yes, celebrate today, but tomorrow enroll for something else. Okay? It's as urgent as that. Because the world out there is competitive. The world out there, you're not competing with yourself. You're competing with the next person sitting next to you. You're competing with your brother, your sister, your father, your mother, for jobs, for livelihoods. So it's all about lifelong learning today. It's about your ability to use Zoom, your ability to use Teams, because now some of you will be working remotely or have been working remotely. One thing you don't want to do is go to your workplace and, the employer tells you, no, you don't have to come to the office, work from home, and you say, how do I do that? Okay? You need to learn about that. You need to be competitive. This is a start, it means to an end. It's not an end by itself. So continue learning and improve yourself. Read, research, publish, volunteer, so that you can improve yourself. Because if you don't do this, you have no one else but yourselves to blame. If you don't get a job, start a business. So go out there and make Cipriani, your families, proud. I wish you all the best. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zulu. I think from all the speakers who have addressed you, the message is clear about the esteemed organization of which you have been students, about the vision for that organization, about the role which you can play to continue to fly the flag of the organization, and of the role which you can play in the development of Trinidad and Tobago. And I think it is a red letter day for all graduates and their families that you should be proud of, because it is a step not just as individuals but as nationals in the development of a country. And I do recognize and respect the message of lifelong learning and of putting what you have learned into practice, and I urge you to share, and not share academically, but share in a very real way as you go into the real world, and I think that that is the essence of the message from Dr. Zulu. We have had a lot of addresses, so I have the opportunity to change the mood a bit, and so I take this opportunity to now introduce a musical interlude, and this will be presented by Mr. Kern Somerville and the Sensational Band. So put your hands together for Mr. Somerville and the band.
Okay, that was a very infectious rendition from the band. They have certainly, thank you, band. They have certainly put us in a mood to celebrate, right? I almost thought I would have seen Dr. Henry get up and take a few steps. We are at that stage where we're going to have the conferring of degrees, diplomas, and certificates. So I would like to invite Dr. Henry and Mr. Sheldon Salino to join me, and they are free to take their steps at this time.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Henry, it gives me great pleasure to present to you today 368 graduates who are eligible for degrees from Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies. According to the records submitted to me, each of these candidates has successfully completed one of the prescribed programs of study.
By virtue of the authority vested in Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies by the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, I now confer the stipulated degrees on the successful candidates. It is my honor to invite Mr. Colin Bartholomew, Dean, Department of Labor of Cooperative Studies, to present the candidates in his department.
Thank you. Good morning, all. First, I'd like to invite graduates for the certificate in credit union management. Junior Blackwell. Janice Eastmond, Director's Honors. Beverly Jalalta. Regional student, Brian Grimes. Janelle Guy, Director's Honors. Oranzo Henry, Director's Honors. Emil James. Maya Lindsay. Jeremy Maraj, Director's Honors. Carolyn Noble. Kalisha Phillip, Director's Honors. Tracy Pow. Director. Okay. Karen Roberts. Janelle Simon. Chanel Smith Small, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Students. Devanan Sukram, Director's Honors. Regional Student, Janelle Werner Watts. And in absentia for the Certificate in Credit Union Management, Martin Cabrera, Lisa Calendar, Crystal Charles Lala, Earl Edmond, Kayomi Felix, Janaya Jeffroy, Evita Gildahari, Akila Guerra, Kevin Holder, Donette James, Arnold Lewis, Ryan Moore-Agard, Yvette Nayak, Olivia Phillips-Fraser, Crystal Pierre-Simmons, Keisha Prime, Jenna Marie Ramdu, Avian Reed, Rishon Reno, Edie Stewart, Colin Walters, and Kelly Williams. Please, let's congratulate them. Next, we have the Associate of Arts degree in Cooperative Studies. Jennifer Cox-Williams, Director's Honors. And in absentia, Crystal Phillips. Next, we have the Bachelor of Arts degree in Cooperative Studies. We have Mr. Wayne Charles, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Students. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I'd like to invite Program Dean for Human Resource Management, Ms. Melissa Bridgewater.
Good morning, all protocols observed. I invite those from the Certificate in Human Resource Management to please step forward. Nikisha Dublin Fraser. Rosanna Jarvis, Director's Honors. Regional Student, Sabina Joseph. Regional Student, Director's Honors, Stuart St. Edward. In absentia for the Certificate in Human Resource Management, Prem Badri, Nigel Hussein, John Mark Liwa, Ralph Martin, Olim Richards, Hyacinth Waldron Monroe. At this time, I invite the candidates for the Diploma in Human Resource Management. Step forward, please. Sherian Alexander Romero, Director's Honors. In absentia, for the Diploma in Human Resource Management, Chelsea Chapman, Levi Duncan, Kanesia Eastman, Amelia Hussein, Daniela Monsigi, Delia Patrick, Isaiah Patterson, and Stephanie Winchester. I now invite those who successfully completed the Associate of Arts degree in Human Resource Management to step forward, please. Kimberly Daniel, Vanaza Gaudi Kul, Director's Honors and Most Outstanding Student. Dawn Hector, Best Research Paper. Jandei Joseph. Tiana Martin, Director's Honors. Lindy Mohammed, Laurel Rojas, Director's Honors. In absentia for the Human Resource Management Associate of Arts degree, Jamila Ali Gopal, Tony Marie Chin, Jason Dial, Summer James, and Philomena Mitchell. At this point in time, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Human Resource Management, Sherry Alexander, Director's Honors. Jamila Balbosa. Sharon Bowen. Wynette Charles. Louisa Daniel, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Student, and Best Research Paper. Sheena Denner. Deborah Grant Edwards. Khadijah Jordan. and Janicia Powell. In absentia for the Bachelor of Arts degree in, thank you. You're hiding. You were hiding. Thank you. And Carolyn Martin, Director's Honors. And Julia Samuel. So thank you. In absentia for the Bachelor of Arts degree in Human Resource Management, Saradan Christmas and Karen Ramkisoon. At this time, I invite my colleague in the Department of Labor Studies, Mr. Ian Daniel, to come forward. I thank you.
Good morning, all. I'd like to introduce some of the most talented people that I know. Stick to the script. No. The Certificate in Industrial Relations regional student, Lauren Bell. Regional student, Troy Hassel, Director's Honors. Regional student, Francis Kentish. Elizabeth Maloney, Director's Honors. Regional student, Director's Honors, Sister Rachel Roberts. Annette Ross. Regional student, Sabel Saleh. Regional student, Brenda Serrano. Regional student, Harold Shepard. Regional student, Ruth Showman. Regional student, Keisha Young. The Certificate in Industrial Relations in absentia, Marvin Badenoch, Akil Edwards, Michelle Espinoza, Dejournay Gamaldo, Joel Gangaya, Estrella Hernandez, Sherlyn Johnson, Stephanie Marshall, Kim Richardson, Jared Skerrett, Catrice Stewart, and Tracy Turner Allen. We invite the Diploma in Industrial Relations Practice. Director's Honors, Ms. Leslie Ann Charles. Ms. Crystal Hunt. Diploma Industrial Relations Practice in absentia, Marlon Alexander, Syra Ali Jennings, Denise Berkeley McLeod, Karen Braffett, Ria Chaitram, Keisha Doki Singh, Elizabeth Edwards, Kimberly Gregoire, Kemi Jackson Ellis, Nicoya Lawrence Patterson, Trisha Lewis, Roger Lynch, Daffodil Maxwell, Aaron Mohammed, Sherry Mohan, Beverly Ann Montrechard Noel, Cindy Morris, Sheila Prince, Lyndon Ramanan, Shana Salik, Carissa Samaru, Crystal Ann Trotman, and Micheline Warwood. And now the Associate of Arts degree in Labor Studies. Kathy Ann Lindsay. Adesole Ogansi. Cool. Oh my God. Yeah, managed to butcher that one. There you go. Director's Honors, Judith Phillip. Colleen Sandy Mora. Associate of Arts degree in Labor Studies in absentia, Nicole Allen Noriega, Jeline Dick, Gina Gibbs, Chanel Guy Kwashi, Marion James, and Irvin Joseph. And now for members of my family, the Bachelor of Arts degree in Labor Studies. Alicia Francois. Anne Marie George. Director's Honors, Victoria Laris Loby. Director's Honors, Mr. Adrian Paul. Director's Honors, Officer Helen Solomon. Sergeant Helen Solomon. Bachelor of Arts degree in Labor Studies in absentia, Miss Neryl George and Miss Farah Seeley. And I'd like to invite to the podium the Dean of Occupational Safety and Health, Mr. Barry Parasram.
Good morning, all. Certificate in Occupational Safety and Health. Shellyanne Alexander Ross, regional student. Colette Graves, regional student. Natasha Somerset, regional student. Shanika Bonaparte. Alyssa Henry. Andre Williams. In absentia, certificate in occupational safety and health, Javon Amoruso, Andre Batiste, Kevin Chanka, Cherise Charles, Shalisha DeLeon, Hermione Elcock, Shanice Gordon, Janika Hatt, Stevon Jagisa, Alana Lezama, Keisha Corles Parag, Indar Ramota, Vicky Richardson, Jarell Rodriguez, Zenon Selman, Caroline Stewart, Darion Trim, Rhonda Wellington, and Samantha Williams. Diploma in Occupational Safety and Health, Lyndon Farray, Regional Student. Oliver Francis, Regional Student. Stetson Malchan. Cornel Mitchell, Director's Honors. In absentia, Diploma in Occupational Safety and Health, Donald Ali, Craig Balkaran, Shania Campbell, Nicola Campbell Batiste, Trevian Cox, Magilta Dujon, Carleen Jacob, Chauvinice James, Sharon Lakan King, Devon Paul, Darion Ragunanan, Afia Selby, Jamon Thum, Roxanne Soyafat. Associate of Science in Occupational Safety and Health, Trevon Aguilera, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Student, Best Research Paper. Ria Ali, Director's Honors. Judith Andrews. Desiree Ogis, Director's Honors. April Bello. Francis Borneo, Director's Honors. Jacqueline Kabi Modest. From Tobago, Shaquille Clark. Debbie King Makata. David Maxwell. Kerna Neptune. Priya Prasad Duncan, Director's Honors. Kailika Pierre Gregory, Director's Honors. Kimberly Sahadeo. Chanel Russell. Camelia Simmons. Genevieve Filbert. Nariel Wilson. In absentia, Associate of Science degree in Occupational Safety and Health, Alima Ali, Avinash Budu, Marlon Calenda, Onika Charles, Gisela Drakes, Paige Holder, Delicia Lara, Akil Lendo, Therese Mead, Debian Mohammed, Ian Romain, Ian Simmons, Sarah Stevenson Millington, Kimberly Thomas. We now have a Bachelor of Science degree in Occupational Safety, Health, and the Environment. Sasha Alain. Kwasi Borrell, Director's Honors. Carl Bino. Alyssa Chedi. Brent Deupasad, Director's Honors. Avion Donba. Tara Harilal, Director's Honors. Shellyan Joseph. Avinash Lakan. Deveen Lecky, Director's Honors. Devon Maxwell, Director's Honors. Marsha McKnight Waite, Director's Honors. Nusaiba Mohammed. Donald Mohan, Director's Honors. Radha Ramratan. Kimberly Richards. Chanardat Sicharan. Janik Vespri. In absentia, Bachelor of Science degree in Occupational Safety, Health and the Environment, Joshua Aka, Jody Basdale, Jason Batson, Terence Barrett, Daniel David, Sharifa Mohammed, Whitney Paul, Kishan Ramlal, Ariel Ramnath, Lakan Samaru, Ramchanda Samuel, and Reynold Sipasad. I will now pass you over to the Program Dean, Project Management, Mr. Nigel Bagwatsaran.
Thank you, Barry. With that long list, I thought I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity. Well done to the USH team. Deputy Director of Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, it is my distinct pleasure as the Program Dean for the Project Management Department to offer the following graduates for conferral of certification. I will now invite the certificate in project management graduates. Nikisha Bakombe. Diploma in Project Management, Kerry Ann Gonzalez, Director's Honors, Member of Staff, Most Outstanding Student. Well done, Kerry Ann. Nicholas Mohan, Diploma in Project Management. Diploma, still with the Diploma in Project Management, Shay Cummins, Regional Student. Diploma in Project Management, in absentia, Carleen Duvernay, Ryan Harrison, Carolyn James, Nicholas Mohan, Udali O'Neill, and Chantal Romani. I now invite the Associate in Project Management, Ms. Cheryl St. Louis. Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Ms. Daniela Bayer. Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Mr. Christian Lifuk, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Student, Best Research Paper. Still with the Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Ms. Renee Lane. Well done, well done, well done. Still with the Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Mr. Daniel Matthias Yearwood. Well done. Mr. Kevin Molino, Director's Honors. Well done, well done. Bachelor of Science degree in project management, one of our foreign students, a son of Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies. Well done, Mr. Chrisia Sandia. Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Ms. Samantha Spence. Well done. Bachelor of Science in Project Management, Mr. Marlon Sutherland, Director's Honors. Bachelor of Science in Project Management in Accenture, Ms. Vidanti Ann Balkaran, Ms. Daniela Isaac, Mr. Dylan Joseph, Mr. Karen Mahabir, Ms. Michelle Villox. Well done to the project management team. Project delivered. I take the opportunity at this point in time to invite my colleague, Program Dean for Security and Administration Management, Ms. Adriana Archer.
Good afternoon, all. For the certificate in Security Administration and Management, Wendiana Alexis Pope, Christina Blondell, Kurt Douglas, Dale Francis, Nicole Lane, Certificate of Security Administration and Management in absentia, Rachel Austin, Colette Brown, Tishana Gaines, Therese Douglas, Aaron Forrester, Carlos Rojas, Stacey Ann Samuel, Stacy Solomon, and Dale Springer. For the Diploma in Emergency Management, Kerfi Hector, Odinga Williams, Director's Honors. Having fun. Kishona Allen Winchester, Jaseni Davis, For the Diploma in Emergency Management in absentia, Tyrell Kasim, Nelrita Francis, Candice Singh, and Sarah Xavier. Diploma in Security, Administration and Management, Dexter Johnson, Officer Kieran Nathaniel, Sparkle Philip York, Andre Roberts, Derek Seeley Jr., there. Diploma in Security Administration and Management in absentia, Joel Bernard, Iniola Blackman, Sangeet Budu Singh, Natalie Carty, Justin Charles, Elizabeth Guevara, Randy Harris, Dennison Jeremy, Kezia Joseph, Atisha Lovelace, Natalie Martin, Nishala Mayers Codrington, Felicia Mohammed, Joey Moore, Cylon Rollins, Kern Roberts, Jason Romero, Orlando Whiteman, and Sheldon Wiggins. Technical Diploma in Operational Management, Shaliza McLean, Now we move on to the associate degree in Security Administration and Management. Deborah Rushford Mahabia, Sheldon St. John, Associate of Science degree in Security Administration and Management in absentia, Ayana Glasgow Collett and Anil Singh. Now for the Bachelor's of Science degree in Security Administration and Management, Alina Amberley, Kevin Archibald, Lyndon Digans, Best Research Paper, Tishon Francis, Vaughan Hillier, Rodney McConnell. I'm moving too fast. I don't watch you. Regine Moses. Ronald Fernandez. Ruth Pierre Lafoucade, and Director's Honors, Adesha Roberts, Jadon Robinson, Herbert Ross, Celicia Span, Charles Williams, Director's Honors, Most Outstanding Student. Emerson Williams, was it? I think that's it, right? We have none in absentia. They all came out this morning. And this one. Colin forgot to do it. For the diploma in public relations, certificate in public relations in absentia, Terian Kwashi. Diploma in public relations in absentia, Sherian Lindsay. Thank you all very much.
Once again, congratulations to all recipients of degrees, diplomas, and certificates, and thank you, Honorable Minister and members of faculty for presenting. At this point, here to represent your student experience, I wish to take this opportunity to introduce the valedictorian, none other than Miss Louisa Daniel from the HRM department.
The Honorable Foster Cummings, Minister of Youth Development and National Service, Dr. Andre Vincent Henry, Director of the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, Mr. Dennis Zulu, Director, ILO Decent Work and Office for the Caribbean, Ms. Deborah Ann Scott, Commissioner for Cooperative Development, Mr. Curtis Floyd, Executive Director, Accreditation Council of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Joanne David, Director, On-the-Job Training, faculty and staff, graduates, other specially invited guests. Good afternoon, and welcome to this, our first in-person graduation since 2019. I thank the Almighty, as it is indeed a pleasure for me to stand before you here today, humbled and blessed with the opportunity to speak to you as valedictorian of the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, graduating class of 2022. This is an extra special time for me, for us, because we have navigated unprecedented times to get to where we are today. We may have taken different paths and had different experiences on this journey, but here we are, gathered together in this physical space after 2+ years of physical distancing to celebrate this special occasion. The theme of this year's graduation, Transcending Boundaries, is indeed a significant one, since it speaks to going beyond limits, moving away from one's comfort zone. More than likely, this is something that I'm sure each and every one of us has had to do in the last 2+ years. As individuals, as a school community, as a nation, and even as part of the global village, we have had to transcend boundaries. be those boundaries personal, mental, emotional, physical, or even spiritual. Though at times, this kind of journey may bring with it some degree of pain, the forging which occurs ultimately redounds to our benefit. I pause here to quote Justin Young, author and motivational speaker. Transcend the limits of what you think is possible, and you may just find greatness. As I speak to you today, I reflect on my journey and that moment when I decided to return to the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies to pursue a Bachelor of Arts degree in Human Resource Management. I remember having a conversation with a senior member of the management team at my workplace, as she inquired about the reasons behind my not applying for a specific vacancy that had been advertised. She said that she knew that I had the ability to excel in that position. I humbly replied that I did not think that I had the requisite qualifications for the said position. I was reminded that I should not limit myself, but work towards ensuring that I was positioned to take advantage of any opportunities given. The next day, I was on the phone, speaking with the staff of this college, and before the week ended, I was enrolled in a bachelor's degree program for human resource management. I was excited, but cautious, since I did not know what or who I would encounter on this journey. The CCLCS did not disappoint. I was welcomed with open arms when I started in the second semester of the 2018-2019 academic year, with the following courses well on their way: Spanish, workplace violence, mediation and conflict resolution, and ethics in decision making. I felt a bit intimidated. Students were settled and moving ahead, and I had to play catch up. I was, however, determined to settle in quickly and to put my head down and my shoulder to the wheel. The journey was not made any easier since I considered myself an introvert, and I felt like the outside child in every class that I entered. Again, I reiterate the relevance and significance of today's theme, transcending boundaries. I must, however, say that my fears were alleviated when my lecturers encouraged group work, and I quickly realized that many of my colleagues in these courses were warm and welcoming, and they encouraged the sharing of ideas. Many of you may agree that upon hearing the term group work, feelings of warmth are not conjured. However, lecturers have explained that many workplaces encourage group work through the assignment of projects, and that as students, we ought to learn to work with each other and understand the significance and advantage of group work. It is here that I say thank you to all my former group members. Thank you for the experiences, for the ideas, for the support, for the disagreements, for the understanding. Thank you. According to Barack Obama, former President of the United States of America, when we study together, we learn together, we work together, and we prosper together. Our journey, my journey, would not be complete if I did not pay homage to our lecturers. Each one of them played a significant role in my success, and I take this opportunity to say a special thank you. Lecturers had different approaches, some softer than others. Nonetheless, all were appreciated. The feedback, the guidance, the encouragement received. The exams each semester, whether in person or online, were always challenging, and every grade release date, I found myself biting my nails as the computer took its own time to open to my grade report. An activity I can assure you will not be missed. Online classes were were a welcome change for me, since it meant that I didn't have to punish myself in traffic on afternoons. In addition, I didn't have to travel home late at night. This aspect of online study allowed for school-life balance, since it meant that I was attending classes at home and that I could study in the peace and comfort of my surroundings, while I received much welcome support to do so from my family, of course. Online classes also allowed the CCLCS to literally transcend boundaries by welcoming our regional colleagues to the school community. And with this I say, it was a pleasure meeting and studying with you. As I close, I wish to offer a special thank you to the management, faculty, and staff of the Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Study. Continue striving for your goals in the same way that you have allowed me to strive for and achieve mine. Thank you to my advisor, Ms. Michelle Clavery. Your guidance and input were invaluable. To my family, friends, and loved ones, thank you for all of your love and support. It definitely helped me through many difficult times. To my colleagues, thank you and all the best to you. Graduates of the class of 2022, I tip my hat to you. As we move on to the next phase in this journey of life, I expect that we will continue transcending boundaries and making our impact on this world. I leave with you a quote from Nelson Mandela, South African anti-apartheid activist and former president of South Africa. Education is the great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become the head of the mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation. It is what we make of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another. And with this I say, thank you all. Stay safe and be blessed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Danielle, Valedictorian. And so, as we seek to bring the formal part of this morning's, well, this afternoon's proceedings to a close, I would like to go against protocol and invite all the graduates to say thank you to their family members by giving them a round of applause. To the Honorable Foster Cummings, thank you very much for being with us and for your very practical and realistic presentation. Grounded in the college, we appreciate you being here to address and to present. Thank you very much.
Director's prerogative. I want to invite Monifa Kajo to join us on the stage so that the minister can make a presentation to her. Yes. Monifa was a member of the team that participated in the Securities Exchange Commission quiz. Could we recognize Monifa? And one more thing, For those of you who are wearing please stand. Hoods, yeah. And in recognition of being graduates of Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Studies, I invite you to move the tassels on your caps.
Again, congratulations, and you may take your seats. To Dr. Andre Vincent Henry, Director of the College, again, thank you for facilitating this ceremony, for the return to in-person ceremony, for steering the college through the pandemic and being here with us. We thank you for your inspiration, for your leadership, and for your continued guidance of the college. Thank you very much. To Mr. Dennis Zulu, Director of the ILO, thank you for bringing a global perspective to this graduation. Thank you for situating the students of Cipriani Labor College in that global perspective and giving them the impetus and the motivation to understand the role that they can play as citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, but as citizens in a global world. Thank you very much. To Mrs. Michelle Clavery, Head Continuing Studies, for the oratory presentation, for the video, for allowing us not to forget those who walked with us, because they were part of the journey, and until all have crossed, none have crossed. So congratulations, thank you for the input. Soon to join us, thank you to Mr. Kern Somerville and the Sensational Band for the musical interlude. I'm sure you all enjoyed it. And they will be joining us shortly again. To the board, faculty, and staff of the college, thank you all very much for your continued support to the student body and to the institution, students, family, and friends of graduates, other specially invited guests, everyone, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I also want to thank my esteemed MC. It was a pleasure.
And in turn, I would like to thank you for the company. It was a pleasure.
At this time, I would like to welcome Mr. Ian Daniel, who's going to lead us in the Union song. Mr. Daniel.
And because Mr. Daniel's singing would bring rain into the auditorium, Mr. Daniel has invited some of our Cipriani students who are true unionists to lead us in the song. Ladies.
Yes, please stand. Now the words to this song goes like this. Oh, is that it? Okay. Thank you so much. 3, 4? Yeah, everyone, I'm ready after you.
Any music? No? No music? 3, 4. We meet today in freedom's cause and raise our voices high. We join our hands in union song to battle or to die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the recession.